everything is broken. That's already a bit of an issue, right? But I mean, we never know. We'll go on in. Good day, good time zone, good morning, good everything. I hope you're good. I hope the week was good. Apparently, it is Friday, and I mean, I did know, but I didn't know. The usual thing. We have some things. We have some half news. We have some news. I think the mic is a bit too high right now. Um, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes. We have some things. Um, I'm kind of, you know, picking things up while I'm starting, as always. But yeah, we've had like some really, really interesting news, and I got access to stuff, including stuff that are in here, which we kind of, I mean, I made videos about it today and this morning about Galileo. Galileo basically got acquired by Google. And that's me. This right here. Basically, Galileo got acquired by Google, which, if you remember, and this is basically what I'm saying in the video, anyways, it doesn't really matter. But Galileo is a trash AI generation for design. It's good at generating something that is Figma copy pastable, where you have your things in Galileo and then you have like the layout and then you copy paste it in Figma and then you can iterate on it, right? That's the only point that is good. The rest is really debatable, really bad, and the outputs are really bad. And right now, Galileo has been acquired by Google, and it's now called Stitch. And Stitch is basically Galileo with a new name. Yeah,
Jan
hi,
Lunge just
welcome in.
resubscribed for 15 months. Good day.
15. 15 is a long time. Thanks a lot for the resub. Welcome back. How are you? How's everything? So, that, right? Real bang. The outputs that I'm giving there or I'm getting there is I don't even know if I have Stitch in the URL. I think I do. Um, yeah. So that's the thing, because it is basically Galileo in the background. It's just like they got acquired and then that's it. I don't feel like they have way more hills or stuff that are put in place. They are doing it one screen by one screen, which as a whole is really bad compared to. Uh, I can't believe I'm gonna say that. Compared to Galileo, it's worse. Again, Galileo is shit and it's dead. That's good. But Tony, hi. But they were at least giving me 2 to 3 screens per generation, which was really nice. But now we are getting one, and that's it. And the whole system, the whole app is really bad. You have access to the code, you have access to the Figma file. The thing that I don't understand, and I basically said that in the video, this first view, this first thing that we had, has been generated with a different theme, with different colors. Even though I said a purple accent color, it gave me like a brown accent color, so it makes no sense. On top of that, all of the images that we have are green. Makes no sense. Cookie, hi, welcome on. How are you? How have you been? And so here, for example, if I want to change the color, what is it gonna do in your end, in your head, in your Figma brain or your dev brain, right? Because it has the code and it has the Figma file. It's gonna recolor the fucking elements. No, it's regenerating a page entirely. So if I change this from like purple to red, it's gonna regenerate the entire thing, the exact same screen, the exact same content, but with red backgrounds. yeah, not just change the X code in the code that is necessary to display this. It's just, it's shit. That's all it is. Um, yeah, it's not creative at all. No, it's less. I mean, it's more creative to, um, like, it goes to 10K quickly. That's all that happens for this counter. The only counter that does something is this one. This one does something, but no one knows about it because uh, it doesn't really happen. But yeah, it has a threshold, has a very specific point where if we reach a specific point on one day, something happens. um, but yeah, I mean, this is shit. It's shit software. It's bad. Chris, welcome on it. How are you? How's everything? And you know, I'm really sad about it. 'Cause I wish it was better. Wish it would be better. Um, right now, the only UI interface that might be good. Why am I glitching? Is cursor, which is pretty sad to say, but it's basically what it is. Like, you use cursor specifically now. If you haven't heard, Claude has been updated to Claude 4, and it's better. Yeah, that's the best thing. Claude is going to be the best option if you want something really quickly to brainstorm features, and then UI, it's a bit more complex. So going from Claude to cursor is going to be better. So basically, you are in here, you ask for something like the thing that we did last time, the bill splitter thingy, right? This is like basically generated in one go, like that's a one shot, nothing else has been added. We can have peoples, we can have, um, people in there, and then items, price, amount. Maybe there is two that needs to be there. Um, like let's see if there is a 52. Is that a thing? No, it's not a thing, but yeah, it is a thing. And you can say that this one and this one and this one are there, like that. Kind of works. Um, but that, you know, um, that's the only thing that is good for the ID, but then for the visual, for the UI, you would take that code specifically, put it in cursor directly, and then see if you can do some improvement here and there and have different things. At least from my point of view, that would be easier to do. But yeah, the thing. Chris, why are AI models thingy only communicating with chat messages? They are not, but they are. The text-based system is the most rudimentary option that basically communicate well. But if you think about it, you don't need the text. If you have um, this one, for example, you could go through voice mode, you could go through images, you could go through links, and that's the system of communication. The thing is, what else would you want to do, or how else would you want to communicate with something that will spin out text? Like, I don't think a node-based editor for a navigation system would make sense, right? Um, you wouldn't. have a node for generate, a node for images, a node for animal, a node for colors, a node for styles. Like it could work, but it seems like a bit counterintuitive. Whereas text is just the most natural way of communicating with software, and so that's why it's currently text. Most natural is voice, which I'm really sad about it because I don't have backlog of what I've said when Google Home came out, but basically when they came out with the assistant, I said this is basically what we will have. We will just have voice UIs, but there will be no visual UIs, but mostly voice UI for everything. And at that point, I started to be extremely invested in the voice controlling systems. And it kind of died out because some people were not ready for that. They're not there. But it seems to come back with wearables, glasses, AirPods, things like this that are triggered by voice and by voice triggers. And I've been saying that for, I mean, I guess 10 years now. And at the time, same thing. No one was like, yeah, of course. Everyone was like, no, that's not gonna pick up. No one's gonna have like a Google Home at home. Like, Siri is shit anyways. And there is no voice assistant that makes sense. Again, I was right. Pissed me off. I don't have the logs to showcase and prove that I was right with that. I was. Yeah. um, I don't remember the time where you had a guest book on the website. I didn't really have a guest book, but it was when we had blogs. Same period as MySpace, but different platform in France. But yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. Kind of sad. Kind of sad. Yeah, that's the thing. And Jan, for the brainstorming UI, the best, kinda, not really, but the best option for brainstorming UI is maybe this. You just you know, go in there and you brainstorm with yourself. And you hope that it works. The thing that you can have, I would say, and I'm going to look at your post in a second, is for UI generation, you would have the Figma AI thing, the new one that is pretty good. UIZard is okay. Like, it's fine. The reason why I like it so much is because I started using it in 2018 when they just came out, and their initial thing without or before it was like AI related everything was we can take a picture of your sketch on a post-it note and we can turn that into a really good output, right? Something that makes a lot of sense. And now that they have been acquired by Miro, it's a bit better. So UI's art is pretty good overall. The AI designer, I haven't tried it. Right, haven't tried it, but it's there. It's an option. And there is like so many that are coming in. Like again, in here, Galileo, which is now dead. Figure seems to be pretty good. There is another one that I haven't
Cannabis
seen.
underscore absinthe is now following.
That is a very good combo. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. That's also very French in my head. I don't know. specifically the way that it's written and the fact that abstinence is with the E at the end. That is very French. But welcome on in. Yeah, Figure is one that I have kept in the backlog. It is indeed testing tools right there, and also it's good for you because it has similar styles to UI. Yeah, so you know, maybe take a pic. Maybe take a look at it. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's bad. I don't know. I haven't tried it yet, so can't really say. Good. Can't really say if it's good or not. So that's one of the options. The other one that I have is the app Alchemy, which seemed to be interesting and pretty good, but it is paid only and there is no like free trial, so I can't really test it out. And I'm not gonna spend $20 on that. Like, that makes no sense. So yeah, but the output seems pretty good. It's also for now mobile only, so that's that thing. The that's different. That is different as well because right there, popcorn flavors. No, um, yeah, no, that's about it. That's about it in the AI generation thing that I have. At least, like most of it is not good enough, at least from my point of view. Like not great. Motif and Visily are okay, but that's it. Like it's just okay. Um, so yeah, the only thing that is good is this, but that's the thing that UIZard was doing already. So I'm biased toward these bitches because they're good. And I mean, they're good. A tad better. Like their initial thing, I think they still have like a bit of a. Nope, they don't. They used to. They used to have like a one of these. Dang, that was their first tech, and that specific thing of you have a very disgustingly written on paper mock-up thing of potential wireframe what it could be, and it just figures it out, and it recognizes it as, oh yeah, that makes sense. This is a field, this is a switch, this is a range thing, there is a button with settings, and I don't need to think about it. And this is from, let me see, this is from 2018. My first message for me, and I have deleted some of the previous ones apparently. But yeah, this is like 2018. I probably have had this thing for longer overall. But yeah, like 2018, and that was the tech in question then. Specifically, that GIF is the thing that I used to see on the landing page at the time. You had these things and you could like transform and ensure can go from a wireframe to a very good output, and also based on UI kits that they had and still have, I think, in the database as a I think the Spotify UI kit was their first thing, and then you could create your own to get like a bit more personality into the output. But yeah, that's the first thing. It was really good. Anyways, so other than that, in terms of UI generation for brainstorming IDs, yeah, pen and paper is going to be the best option. The thing is, and Yaron has been having a bit of a existential crisis lately, trying to create emotes on his side, and it's not his strong suit. So the brainstorming session is just not working. So yeah, if you can't really do it, if you don't have the ability to do the pen and paper things, which I understand, like it's not the easiest thing to do if you don't have any understanding, you know. But let me see if I have one that is good. Um, yeah, I mean that's the one that I showcase every time. Doesn't really doesn't really matter. Um, but yeah, can this bitch stop? Sorry, that's just the usual. Yeah, shit like this, which is probably not gonna focus based on the camera today. I have a bit of an idea, but yeah, this thing is pretty good. I wish this bitch was doing one message at a time instead of 16 message at once. Can you stop? Die. Yeah, I'm gonna mute this bitch again. Um, oh, have a sec. Hi, what on it? But yeah, this idea, like for example, this thing with the potential path for can is a bit more complex to achieve, and if you don't have the idea and or the know-how the thing should behave, sketching it out and brainstorming it is going to be way harder than if you just had something.
Apechi is now following.
Peasants, hi, welcome back. How are you? Are you reorganizing the followers again? I don't think this one would be visible, mainly because of the fact that it's, yeah, very, very slight paper, graphite paper, or graphite pen. So that's gonna be a bit too light to be visible. But like that's that page specifically, that this page here is 5 minutes of sketching and brainstorming to make sure that I have something that aligns with what I kind of wanted. And then, yeah, like other than that, I think that's the base. That's the easiest thing to do. And but yeah, we don't really have much more um, AI brainstorming stuff just yet. There will be for sure, but yeah, one of the things that I've seen and done as well is text brainstorming UI. So, non-visual, I don't know how it look, but because I can project in my head and read prompts and say, well, this could potentially be like this. I'm asking ChatGPT, Claude, whatever, to describe in text how things should look. And then from there, kind of see how they are expressing things. So for the usual example, if you are on Xiaohongshu, because that's where most of my recent application related inspiration is, like let's say I'm liking this thing and it's really much the type of vibe that I want to have, I would either take a screenshot of that or directly take the image itself and send it to whichever I am using and say, can you describe it in details so that I can know later how to prompt, like, for example, that effect in the background? Like, how does it interpret it? How does it understand it? Does it understand it? I doubt it. But, you know, like that's the type of thing that I would do um, in terms of brainstorming. But yeah, there is also something else. There is a new Figma plugin that is called Flow, I think. which is in beta, which would generate AI stuff inside of the Figma file. So, don't have access to it, might have access to it at some point. For now, I don't. And to be checked. But for example, right now I'm looking at these. They are really cute. I need something similar at some point because my app is kind of circular. So having that in my liked content would make sense. I need to say O3 is actually really good. I'd do it with that. Yes, but wasn't as good. Basic feedback. Yeah, so O3 and 4.0 is different thing. When it starts with O is the reasoning model, when it ends with O is the basic models. So if you want to have something that has a bit more thinking, O something would make more sense. And if you just need quick feedbacks on some stuff, basics like sentiment analysis of a text that you're sending or you're receiving, you'd want to know how they feel, how you feel about it, whatever. 4.0 is going to be better because it's like the regular model, and O3 is a reasoning model. So I wish they had something like a naming convention for how they name their models, but they don't. So we never know. We never know. But yeah, no, overall, like this is basically what I'm doing most of the time. I'm just going into here, I'm finding something that is good looking from my point of view, and then ask whatever AI I'm using to describe it as best as it can. Um, and then go with that. Um, good with it. Like again, specifically with the Chinese apps, I'm really happy with them because they are so much different and breaking the mold so much that you end up with something that has like a bit more personality, yes, but you know, like details that you wouldn't have thought about. The indent that I've been talking about for the past few weeks is here, but the way that they are utilizing it, using it, is basically they have an offset absolute positioning icon that is a 3D icon is in the indent, but not the indent used as a badge location. It's mostly like for the slot for that specific element. And so that's the thing to, I don't know, potentially put in place in your app. They are also combining styles way more than what we are used to do. So, for example, this one has glass right here, flat right here, and glass transparency right there, in the same fucking app. That's that's a lot. That is a lot. So, that's also something to take a look at and say, well, if it works for them, why wouldn't it work for me too? It's a style that I haven't tried. I haven't combined much. Most of the recommendation from people is use one style or at least one dominant styles, but it seems they don't really care and they just merge everything together and it looks good. I'd be biased on this one. Um, um, but yeah, if you want, going back to like what you said, um, if you provide image and it doesn't feel like someone is talking to me about it, Claude is a bit better for that. It will have a greater outcome, I would say, in terms of communication style compared to what ChatGPT is able to do as right now. 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, I forgot. I think 3 weeks ago or a month ago, there was a thing with ChatGPT being pumped in the blazing. You probably have seen that go through. where it was overly enthusiastic and really making sure that you were the best in the world and the king of the world, and you're doing the best job that you can, and it was basically just yeah, not that good in terms of output uh and speech patterns, but yeah, it's a thing, so that's something to try. And if you have stuff like this, like a wireframe-ish version of something, you can 100% send that and say, well, how would you do that? There is another one. I wish I had access to it, but I don't. And if I keep scrolling, we're gonna end up on ass stuff, which is appreciated, but not necessarily what we want to see right this instant, for terms of services reasons. What? Let me see if I have it. Um, there is one person that I'm seeing from time to time that does real wireframes compared to the first one that I showed you a second ago. So when I'm talking about real wireframes is basically having things that are this should be a spot for something, but we don't know what it is just now. And even then, at times, it is a tad bit too close to the end results. Even here, to me, in my brain, like this is really close. Like that's the type of wireframe that you can send to an AI to say, well, we need this layout, and then this design needs to go from or come from someone that has the skills to end up with this. But other than that, yeah, uh, yeah, again, there is no real brainstorming option just yet, which is kind of sad. I agree, but it will come. I guess it will probably come at some point. Let me see if I can find the thing that I was looking at last week. Dang. We kind of stopped midway. We stopped here last time, and yeah. In the review, the usual review, this thing popped in. I don't know if you've seen it. Concept Central is a very good YouTube channel and also a very good Twitter account to follow. And they do concepts as the name implies. Right here, they have created their new iOS 19 concept, and there is, as always, things that are really good, things that I wish could happen, like this. This micro widget is pretty interesting, but it has like a ton of micro interactions and again micro concepts that are really good in potential. Like again, this is a concept, and I'm guessing it's never gonna happen. We're gonna know that in 2 weeks, to be honest. And most of the thing that they are showcasing, at least from my point of view, is stuff that we already have in Pixels and the Galaxy whatever for the AI related stuff. But yeah, it's a bit of a mix of the Vision Pro UI and the existing things. So we'll see. I doubt it, but we never know. We never know. This happened as well. When you say potential, what do you have in mind? Do you mean like layout that we haven't tried, or do you mean visual thing that we haven't tried just yet? this is really cool. It's a nice website. It's kind of sad that all the fonts are paid, but you know, but it's made by them. This one is so much broken right there, and I'm so sad about it. What happened? Not much happened, to be honest, in the past few days. Dean, welcome back. How have you been? How are you? How is everything? More quick access where you can get into editing things quick. Dashboard-like information. Yeah, making your own language, as in like French, or as in Ev language. Sultan is French. Good. Good. I've seen that. Obviously, me and my fat ass with cakes. I need to go back to Japan for many reasons, but this is one of the reasons as well. This is a mix of France and Japan. So this is a macaron that is very big and very sweet, and it's expensive. 820 yen for one is kinda. It's kinda expensive, but we'll see. Maybe it's good. Like, I'm gonna do that. That is a lot of dots. There's a lot of dots. This happens. MacPow, which is or Poe, which is a very known thing, is creating like a Mac OS built-in Lippy companion stuff. And they have done a real good job at personifying the mascot, but I don't know if it's good. I think it's the same thing as Cluey, also based on the name, but we'll see. We'll see. I do understand what you said, though. Kinda. Romian is weird, but I'm guessing it's something like I'm Steen and you are AOA on Twitch, I think. But yeah, no, it's not cool. It's a new language. I'll read it. I see. Well, if it's fun for you and you enjoy it, good. I mean, keep at it. I want to talk about this one specifically. Dang. Like now, if only every mobile app looked this nice. And I don't think they do. I think they are quirky. I think they are colorful. But I don't think they are nice. But then again, if every mobile app looked this nice, we would be bored. And we would just say, well, we need something that is different because they all look the same anyways. So as designers and as human, we just be bitches as always. Yuhang, that is really good as always, creating like widgets and Dynamic Island stuff, has been posting these ones that are exploration on like virtual depth, and it's really good. There is like a ton of good rendering here and there, and it seems to take advantage of the new Figma uh, radial blur or gradient blur here and there. That's a nice, I think that's a nice thing, but good to see that people are experimenting with things. And what I'm seeing here is most of the layouts, most of the content that we have is extremely rounded. Congrats, welcome on it. Extremely colorful and bright and vibrant and extremely blurred. So there is something to be said about, you know, what can be added to make your app like more interesting. But like when you look at these, that of whatever, I don't know what it represents. I don't think it's good, but it has like a bit of a brightness right here and all that. Have a good look. But that's an interesting thing. That is an interesting thing. We've had this as well, which was pretty impressive. So that guy decided to do the most illegal thing ever and playing GTA on his Tesla while he's driving and self-driving. So a good douchebag right there. Good job. And then obviously this is like Koichi notes, but also what Quinn said is basically this black thing is there to block the fact that there is a 3D printed holder of an image that is at focus distance for the camera that checks if the conductor or driver is paying attention. There is something that is like basically fooling the driver monitoring system. And that's crazy to me that you thought about that, first of all, and then you put that in your car to make sure that it just does what it's supposed to do. And what if it crash? Well, the good thing for this douchebag is that because the driver monitoring is going to say, well, the driver was paying attention based on our data, it was paying attention. So the fault is going to be placed on someone else and not on them. So, yeah, that's crazy. But also, second thing, do something illegal and film yourself doing it and then post it on the internet is the best thing that you can do so that we have evidence that you have been doing things illegally. And that's perfect. Perfect. We have evidence. So, stuff. But yeah, like, I don't know. Just, I don't like people that they drive without paying attention to the road. And I'm also very, I don't have a license. So, right? That's the thing. But even when I'm in a car that is not mine and I'm not driving because I can't, I'm paying attention to every fucking car on the road. I'm sometimes paying more attention to the road than the driver itself. Like I see things that some people don't see. That makes sense. I'm not, driving. But nothing. Anyways, moving on. This one was really cool. This is mostly for Denny rather than anyone else, but it's a cool, cute transition, like specifically this loop. I don't know if it's necessary. It's probably the case in that specific road, but it looks interesting and it's bright and nice. And again, this is gradient blur on everything because everyone is doing the same thing again. Victor has created these things which were really interesting. These are system cursors. So I don't know exactly how they work. I think this is the regular cursor, but when you are hovering something that makes sense, you would have details of what it is. So basically the tooltip would be something like this based on where it can be placed. That's pretty interesting. I like this concept. And then these are based on what you can do if it's like a validation, deletion, warning type of buttons that you're trying to, click on. It could have like different colors, different icons, different things on top. It's very heads-up display / sci-fi touch table coded, which is really nice. And I want to see them in action. But yeah, that happens. More common in cat. That is okay. That is okay. So yes, this is flows that I was talking about earlier, which basically seems extremely impressive. When you look at it, it adds like notes and question about the design that could be as if someone else was in your file. And it seems really good. They have generated like a music video, or they have generated a music or song for the video specifically that is talking about what is happening inside of the plugin. So that's something. But yeah, that's it's an interesting point. It's an interesting point. I think it could be good. The only thing that I'm like unsure about is it's still in beta and it's still not really accessible. And I wish it was. And I just don't want to post a message underneath to get access to it just yet. But maybe just doing that could be enough to get a peek at some point. But yeah, it seems promising and probably really good for people that are like solo team, or I mean, solo team is kind of weird, but like one person, freelancers, whatever, that could be really good to just go faster and make your things, well, better quickly. Like, having a question is flight number decision making factor for users selecting flights. Like, is this really necessary? Does the city name need to be repeated in every ticket if it's the same? Probably yes, if it's like a flight value that you just flow through. But like there's a ton of things that could be added, and that's good system, good thinking overall. Potential to see, but for now we don't know. For now we don't know. This was mostly for Denny again. This is the same thing that he has built, but it has this pixelated pattern that he made for another effect. So that's it's a good thing. This is the thing that we were looking for on last stream, for Erin to have the emotes thingy that we talked about earlier. And Darius was the person that I was looking for because he has been creating tiny faces and minimal profile pictures, and probably some of them in there are similar face shapes, similar features, similar things that you can take a look at and just use as reference. But small details. Small details. That video was kind of fun to me So this person is talking about the flow to get access to VO3 to generate images and videos, and the whole thing is when you start, you arrive on the page that you need to go to. So you type VO3, you go into VO website, you say that you want to test it out. So you say try in Flow, you go to Flow, you then create with Flow, you log in with your account. So you log in, then it says which thing you want to do. So you log in with your Google account, you select your Google account that you use usually. It loads the page and then it tells you that you can't use it because your current account is not a Google One eligible account. So you need to log out, log in with another account that already has a Google One account linked to it, and then he does the same thing, log in with another account that already paid for Google One, and that doesn't work because it's a work-related account and not a personal account. So it needs to be a gmail.com and not a company.com. And then he goes back into logging with the right account that is the last one that he has to get access to the thing. And I understand the frustration. I also understand the performative state of the internet right now to have like videos of things and be extremely expressive on video to make sense. But the point is true. Their system of logging is really bad. So that's good to know. This one was fun. This one mostly for Yan, because I know you have like some sort of a Canva thing, and it's a nice transition, right? I think that's a nice transition. It's fun. It's a fun thing. I don't know if it's useful, but it's fun. I think the concept here in terms of you want to add something, so this is the plus. And then when you're here, you already have the card that you will use later. And then if you select one of the thing, it will just replace the content of that card, I think. And then you have your node potential links later. So that's a potential thing. It looks cool. But yeah, other than that, Brilliant Blow again, and then Cat specifically for you, more ears. I mean, more ears is kind of weird. Why is that link broken? That's crazy. They're less cute than the other one that we saw last time, though. They're the same brand, but they don't hit the same. Like this one are the same, like kind of transparent thing, and the best one on this thing might be these. But I don't know. Nonetheless, that's all for this. If you have been following here, as I said, I've had access to something. Had this happen. I was not supposed to get access to it. I did get access to it. I don't know. I don't think the people that are making this tool know about it. I haven't posted it on YouTube because I don't feel like it's a good representation of, you know, what it is. But yeah, this is Paper. So Paper.design, which is supposed to be replacing Figma, and it will not. I'm sorry, it won't. It's okay. And that's all I can say. That's all it is. It's okay. It doesn't have much right now in the state that it is. That's the reason why I don't have this video that I posted on Discord, posted publicly on YouTube. It's mainly because if this is, I got access because I found a bit of a loophole to get access to it, and I got access to it. and this is the alpha state. If I'm talking about it right now and kind of saying that it's kind of shit, yeah, it's not really good because it's not a finished product, so I don't want to do that. But the only thing that is kind of good from a usage point of view, and in this tool specifically, is the creation of shaders. You have the ability to create shaders for things, and the one that they are using most of the time are these things. So you have like your shaders like right there, and you have your settings of your shaders right on the side, and all of that is basically code. So if I find create a shader, have my proportion, have my overall like settings, I can get a bit of an interesting thing, and I can copy that as a React component. So that means I can extract the code and use that as, I don't know, a background for my stream, regular thing. Um, but that's a thing that can happen. So it's interesting, but that's basically all it is right now. We don't have much more. There is frame, rectangles, and text. And when you have text layer, you can't really add in the fill. You can't add like a shader, which is what I wish we could have. Can't have much more than that. So again, because it is like uh, in this state, I don't think it's fair of me to publish a video about it saying that it's not that good so far. But it's nice that I got access to it, not directly but directly. And yeah, good to know. The other thing is this is loud. This is Framer being good and publishing their updates, their spring update. They have two or one event every 6 months. The first thing that I want to say is this is a magnificent shot when it comes to the video itself. This set is, to me, almost perfect. I feel like if I could have this level of set for the stream, I would be happier. I love the fact that the Mac is visible. I love the fact that the background is light, but there is still separation with the user. I love the fact that they are speaking intelligently and everything makes sense. Some of the things that I talked about in the half tweet that I didn't do a video about it, but same. This is Framer announcing their 4 new features, right? So same thing that Figma did. Figma basically announced 4 new features at Config. Took, I don't know, an hour plus talks plus 2 countries, and it's still in beta, and the things are not available entirely, and it's still shit and whatever. This is a 15-minute video dropped yesterday. Everything that is in there is fully working and fully implemented properly inside of Framer already. Like, there is no guessing, is it gonna work the same way? Is it gonna be working differently? No, it's just what is presented here is exactly what you get inside of Framer. Not that, because that's not inside of Framer, but the first thing that they are talking about is their new thing, which is overall here. They have a new analytics system, so it has stuff that I wish we had before. And it's basically Maze plus Google Analytics in a way that makes way more sense. So you can create funnels, you can create event-based listeners to check when your users are clicking on buttons, where your users are not clicking on buttons, how much bounce there is, what flow you want them to follow through, all of that. These are now built in the basic analytics system of Framer, which is pretty impressive, at least for me. Make sure that this is, that's really cool to have like some data on your landing pages and how they convert and how they don't convert, what you can do to make them better, all of that. So this is really cool. Good information, good data. On top of that, they that doesn't sound like you. No, I don't know. I don't think that's the case. I, I, no, I disagree. I disagree. Morton, hi, welcome in. We have something for you. We have something for you. So this thing from analytics, as I just said, is or contains like so much things that are really good in terms of creating flows, creating tracking events, these four things, and then going into the funnels, creating a funnel specifically for, I don't know, acquisition funnel, conversion funnels, whatever, so that you can see what happens where the user clicks, all of that. It's really cool. The other thing that they have is the A/B testing inside of Framer directly. And basically you can create an A/B test of a landing page directly inside of Framer. Framer will then say these are against each other, and the one that wins with 90% confidence is just automatically taking over. So you are testing two things. And if there is one that is like a clear winner in between the two after a certain amount of time, it's just automatically switched. And that's the thing that most people are going to see. And you don't have to think about checking your A/B test and how it works. It's automated, which is something that happens on other platforms, but now it's directly inside of Framer. This is really good in terms of designer not having to touch too much analytic tools and understand what it does. So I do like this. They also have added this, which is a new thing for their vector editing. That's what we talked about last time, which will allow me to create this specific thing for the MOM UI kit directly inside of the of Framer and have it as a plugin-like system where you would have access to all the icons, but also based on the thing that you can see at the end of this presentation for these vector editing animations for the icons themselves. There is like a new system for effect and transition that is basically a very easy way of animating your path. And yeah, like that's much good. That is much good. It has variants and other things, which again we like because we already have a ton of variants on my side, so we'll have a ton of them. And these effect thingy with a stroke effect to have like transitions and potentially stroke growing from point A to point B, whatever, is interesting. Right now they are just creating like an infinite looping animation for the logo, which is interesting. Not the best, but it's, it works. That's all that matters. It works and it's a new thing. But again, this is like tech from 1990 in Illustrator to have like a better vector editing, but also animation. This thing is way more interesting. So this is the wireframer, how they call it, which is the version of an AI assistant to generate wireframes. As they say in the video specifically, currently most of the AIs that are inside of design tools are trying to do everything. They are trying to do the design, the wireframe, the text, the content, the whatever, and it just doesn't work. So what they said was we created like an AI that help us wireframe the layout as fast as we can, and then you are in charge of the visuals. But the creativity and the design side of things is on you. We take care of the wireframes because we know the patterns that make sense for landing page, folio, something else. But that's a really good approach. I think this is much better than what Figma has done with their things. But yeah, that's the wireframer, and then the last points, which is here, is workshops or workshop, I think. And it's interesting. It is a React component builder, I would say, with a prompt. Basically, you can prompt something to create a component that can be used on Framer, in Framer, as the limit that is reusable. And so you can create this glow effect, you can create a clock, you can create whatever. And based on what you can, prompt, it will generate something that is, and that's the part that I love, coded in React, in TypeScript, basically, and available inside of Framer directly as code. So you can still, at the end, once you have your content fully built, whatever, let me see if I can access these. Right, this is like one of their presentation. It's a presentation again, right? But you have access to this, which is your component itself in Framer, in TypeScript. And if you know how to code, you can go in there and tweak things directly in the code, which I think is really good for many reasons, but for the main reason of if you needed this thing specifically on another type of website, on another platform, you can then generate it in Framer and export it and use it somewhere else because it's not really tied to like any Framer library thing. I mean, it kind of is, but it's not really. Like Framer Motion isn't there, but that's the thing. So overall, this whole 15 minutes of presentation, that magnificent shot for this video, and the thing that they have presented is 15 times better than what Figma has announced. For the simple reason that it works and it's not broken. So, yeah. Cat, congrats. Congrats. That is pretty good. So yeah, so that's the news about Framer. It's really good. I don't know if it's necessary for me to use just yet. I think it's a good tech, it's good information, it's good content, and it will like help much. But at the end, it's still expensive. I'm gonna say that. Framer is very expensive, and have a good therapy session. Enjoy, I guess. It's really, yeah, it's really nice to have. It's a very good overall update. That's what we have so far regarding this. So, yeah. Also, you said 300 for 2 people for 2 nights. So it's 75 per night. It's a tad expensive. Doesn't really matter though. But yeah, that happens. Yeah, now you're still lurking. You have sent the design in the here. In the here. You know. Here's a mockup It's the duality of Node file. It can be both in simple Pinterest styles. Explore from the app. For the animation to work on the prototype. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There, ooh, you have a lot of gesture-based navigation, which not bad, right? Not bad, but that might be a tad. Does R work here? It doesn't. It might be a tad confusing for some people. Specifically that first one of dragging the navigation elements to the top. I think this is mostly because of the prototype, right? But yeah, it's interesting. I do like the concept though. I specifically like the transition in between these two. Like when you click on this, it goes like it exchanged both elements with the small rotation. That's pretty nice. Down to things or swipe the stuff back down. Yeah. Um, I think that's gonna make Stony happy. Um, I think you should code that rather than Figma prototype it. I think you have most of the screens that you need to have, and you kind of understand the transitions and the thing that you need to have happen. And the not complexity, but the limitation of the code that you will have to generate and create or type or write, whatever, is going to force you to go into the brainstorming thing that we talked about earlier of, is this the right ID? Is this the right content? Is the right place? Is this, all that? So yeah, might. What I'm seeing, just I'm seeing things, the hashtags in the backgrounds of the tags themselves. No. This is bringing too much noise to the tags themselves rather than anything else, and you might get away with like shorter tags with just the text and potentially just having them separated with commas, to have them like on one line only or in one input only. Might make more sense. Hmm. I think this is good if that's what you're calling the app at the bottom. I think this is good for the sake of accessibility. If you're on mobile and you're looking at this, you want to be able to type and tap on things really quickly. So your gesture zone is where your thumbs are. Like I'm not saying it's rare to have someone that use their phone like this with one hand and one finger. You usually use it in one hand with your thumb or two hands with your thumbs. So if you are with two hands and your thumbs at the bottom of the screen, you basically reach around here, maybe here if you have long fingers, but that's about it. So having most of the interactability or interactable elements here makes a lot of sense. anything else, right? These switches are pretty cool. That's opened, and you have like more images, more stuff. I don't know exactly what that means and what that is, and how that is used, not used, represented, not represented. That's a bit of a different thing that I just don't have the information. But it's interesting. I don't know about this though. This view was a bit complicated. I understand that it is the existing app, right? So might be the thing, but yeah. Oh shit. Mm. The apps are the one that shows when you pull that stuff up. When you pull stuff up, that's the app. Mm. Mm. I feel like I get it, but I don't get it. That's the usual thing. As in, I have a vague understanding of what your app does, right? And not a full understanding of what it does in details. So I'm limited in my understanding. Um, but I kind of get it. the 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 thing that I do understand is here you are currently looking at images, and therefore everything that is underneath is images related. But if you were not in image, but you were in like text, here you would have text related stuff. I think. God damn, why am I yawning so much? That happens. Tony, are you having fun with AI? Or is this something said for someone else? Hmm. Congrats. Oh. Oh yeah, that. Yes, yes. I think we're all done with sync. I'm done with sync. It works. I'm currently working on the iPad version of the app, which not good. It ain't, but it works. So I mean, it works. It doesn't work. Uh, have you have you heard of Sorted? Have you heard of that? Um, it's a bit of a new interesting app thingy, and it's for the app, as they call it themselves. So whatever you want to share, you can share it to Sorted, and it will be in here and imported and saved and organized in a way that is making a lot more sense. And you can extract some data from it. And then you have places and shit for where you saved stuff. So that's it's an interesting app concept as well. I don't know if it's similar to what you have. I don't think it is. But yeah, it is kind of like bookmarking stuff to an extent. The other one is Placify, but this is like mostly for places, obviously, as the name implies. The reason why I don't like it is because it really looked like the thing that I've built. Like specifically that navigation system that I basically built, and now I'm seeing it here in a very different way and in a way that is way more smooth than what I have achieved. So I need to rebuild the entire app on my side. I said that before. Um, so, you know, um, and then the last one is Rond, which I can't show you for many reasons. Reasons that you don't know. But yeah, like this is basically the same system, but the map for me is just fully broken, and I don't understand why on my side it's just broke every time. So yeah, I don't know. But yeah, no, overall I think the system works for what you have. I think like the navigation is okay. The going from here to here in a swipe gesture, again, I think this is mostly because of Figma prototype, and you can't really have transition as you want it to be. You can have like an on drag, that's an option in Figma, but you know, right? You know, the I mean, the example that we had is like, bitch, what? Why are you going there? Oh, that's why. I see. I see. I see. The thing that I just showcased, right? Right here, Placify the add view. Like basically, that's what you need to have. You need to have the peak of the content underneath the drag handle. Like that drag handle right here shows me that I can drag this point and then move it up. So for you, I would probably do something similar that let the users know that they can drag something. And so like I would have your tags and stuff right there with the drag handle above it. Um, Rather than anything else. So that would make more sense to me, right? From right here, so you would have this dragon above, and it would contain this thing and these things. And if you drag up, it just opens, and you have the dragon around here. You still have like a bit of a thing that tells you, oh yeah, you can still like expand less, retract, whatever. I feel like that would make more sense. So you might need to not simplify, but like verify what needs to happen, what needs to be there in the element. Like I really feel like this should be integrated in the view. Like similarly to here, if I'm on that view specifically, right? And I'm just opening this, I have this sheet in like half view. But if I'm opening this one, I know that I have more content, so I'm opening like more. I still have the drag and all basically that is like a swipe related stuff. I feel like that makes more sense. Like it's just an on-click thing. It kind of works. So from my point of view, it would be something similar to this, where you have your content that is fully open at the top, and then you're like, you have your options, your tags, your whatever underneath, and maybe the duck right there. If you click on the handle or you drag it up, you end up here with all of the content underneath, but you still have like a bit of a preview of the things at the top, potentially. Genie, welcome on in. Congrats on the confettis. Yeah, you might have been here way longer, but not counted. Only counts when you have like an activity in chat. I know. Limiting. um so yeah, I would potentially do something like this. For that navigation system, like encapsulating it in a sheet view type of way. Maybe something like what NordVPN has, right? NordVPN is here, so you have your content and you have your sheet that is there. This is the like lowest that it can be with the content. Then you can still expand it as much as you want. You have a bit of a hint that there is something underneath, but you have your whole content right there. So I feel like this would make more sense for what you currently have. Basically, in my eyes, that includes your tags, your image, nature, whatever thing that you have, plus potentially like the goose image around here. Next entry is like, here's a navigation that could continue forever. You basically have this, right? So I think what you call recursive navigation is I can open this, I can open this kanji, I can open this, and then I can open this kanji, and then that, and I'm deep in the pages. And I can go forever. I mean, I think at 150, I started to kind of lag. Uh, but yeah, not bad. No, I know. On Android, I have a limit. On Android, I have put a limit at 3. So you have radicals, kanji radicals, and then from the radicals number 2, you can't open another kanji. You need to go back. It's kind of sad, but I don't have a choice. Like the Android system doesn't really allow for sheets on top of sheets on top of sheets on top of sheets that much. So I had to find a bit of a workaround. iOS is just like, yeah, fine, 300 sheets, cool, we're good with it. Makes no sense. But yeah, I think I do understand how it kind of works. You also have like that swipe navigation that you just did, right here, like from here to here, and I don't really know what happened. Like you go from time to similar, right? That's the on time, and then you swipe and you go to similar. So these things should be static. Yeah. So based on all we've just seen, right? for me, your images, tags, things at the top, plus this, plus these headers, could be a static element, something that can be like fixed to the stuff, and then you can navigate on the bottom with the content. But then here you're basically closing up that section, I think. You basically need to lower your scroll view, or basically make it sticky or fixed positioning, and then you can swipe whatever. But also, it's going to be inside of the container, and you need to swipe the container, so might not work. Anyways, it's just Figma prototyping. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I think you should. I disagree with myself. You shouldn't code anything that needs something, but Figma prototyping has its limitation, and you come with a good explanation of what needs to be in there. So for me, when I'm here and I'm trying to build something, and I'm building the whole prototype and all the shit that needs to happen, at some point I'm like, is it really necessary to have like all of these? And for some of the dumbass dev that I've worked with in the past, yes, it is necessary. For some others, no, it's not necessary. It's just it makes sense. Like if you tell them these are the fucking stages of the prototype or the stages of the animations, they're like, oh, I get it. It just opens and it closes. Yeah. But for some people, you need to have like shit like this, which I showcase every time. But you start here, right? That's the start. And then when you're here and you're hovering something, and you click, then when you start typing, but it's bigger, you edit the content, right? You go in, it's selected, and then right, that's all the steps that you have for the base behaviors of how things should behave. And that, I mean, I get it. I get it. Sometimes you don't have the brain power to brain regular behavior, right? That's the fact that I had for these ones specifically, I had to do like main one, which is one line of text. On hover, it looks like this. On click, it looks like this. On edit, it looks like this. Cool. Two lines of text. On default, look like this. On hover, it looks like this, which is the same. On click, it expands. Cool, that's something that needs to happen. And then on edit, it looks like this. And then, you know, if it has like a bit of a WYSIWYG slash rich text editor behavior, you have a different view. And for me, what I've done in the beginning was this is the default settings of the cell. This is the hover state of the cell. And then for these are like, if it's one line, it looks like this. If it's two lines, it looks like this. The WYSIWYG, it looks like this. And then for the edits, it's either inline because we have the space, expanded, or rich text expanded. That's all I needed. Like I didn't need like more thing than this, but the devs kind of needed to. So you know, that that happens. Larkin, hi, welcome in. One question: should the desktop tablet app have the same layout or keep the draggable thing at the top? So this is a response for here. Your desktop and mobile shouldn't be the same. Your desktop app should have, if it's desktop first, your desktop app should have 110% of the features, which means anything that is like in thinking, anything that is potential, anything that is in beta is on the desktop, if it's desktop first. And then you add stuff on the mobile or tablet or whatever. But these two versions are companion apps type of things. So you like you would have features parity in the core of the app, but it doesn't need to have all of the features. Like the device that is the core device, the targeted device for the app is going to have everything. And then some other devices will have less or more depending on what they have. So if your main thing is desktop, everything is on desktop. If you move to mobile, maybe you have everything except that layout thing, that feature thing, that AI related content. It's not the case. Because it is impractical in terms of well, how the app works. Like for a very simple example, the An app on iOS has conjugation in a circular patterns. We've seen that before, um, right? Right there. If we go into where, if we go into uh, there, obviously the first one that I clicked on is not a verb here. Conjugations, right, are with my circle patterns that I have this weird wheel behaviors. Cool. On Android, that's a static vertical version of the same features, but it's not exactly visually the same. We still have conjugation, but it's just a scroll view, vertical scroll view. On iOS, I figured out how to use that pattern inside of the quiz. So if I have, like, up there, if I have, yes, what? Yes. If I have a quiz, I shouldn't be there, but that's fine. And it's gonna be, come on, give me a fucking, give it to me. Sorry. I had to practice at the same time, therefore, that's what happens. It's supposed to be right there, but it's not there. I'm getting this. I'm getting a question with conjugation that is hinting that you have the ability to use that pattern as a learning pattern, and you're like, okay, cool. So I need to go into the one form for that specific verb. So what it is, where it is. Look at all the conjugation potentials, meaning that you will read through all of them to figure out which one is the right one. And when you find the right one, you're good. That pattern, I haven't figured out how to make it work on Android. So it's not feature parity on Android. You don't have conjugation systems on the Android version because I can't figure it out. I would love to. I would love to, but I can't right now. So I don't. And on another examples, the details that I have, like for example, here I have the examples sentences of each word for dictionary, whatever. Because it's on the phone and the phone is the primary thing, it's basically one-liners, two-liners at best. Because I don't want something that is too big. However, if I had the app on iPad and Mac, like desktop, I might put the examples a bit longer just because it makes more sense to have more content on a bigger screen. That's something to take into consideration when you're building the apps and building the filters that you want or the features that you want to have in your app, just to make sure that, you know, they work for the intended destinations. Also, I just noticed that my fucking dictionaries at the top just went back to the wrong color because I changed the navigation. I haven't checked that. I need to check that. God damn, that's gonna break. Shit, everything's gonna break, isn't it? Yes. Uh, so for me, going back to what I was saying, your desktop being your primary app and your mobile and tablet being your secondary app should not necessarily have feature parity, even though it would be appreciated. There are something that don't need to exist there. If you look at Notion in the early stages, now they have feature parity, but early stages, you had the thing that you could do on desktop that you couldn't do on the phone because it didn't have the dev for that specifically. So something to take into consideration on Duolingo that I use every day. I have things that I can do on my phone that are still not available in the desktop version. It's just the interest or the speed at which they are building things is lower on desktop. So yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, it's not a design thing, it's a UI, UX, UI thing. Kind of situation where the user experience of the user, god damn, that's repetitive. The experience of the user on one platform, even though they would potentially expect to have the same features, um, might not be the same. Like yes, kinda. That's an option. It works, but it doesn't work, but it works. The uh, the photo apps on your phone lets you pinch to, you know, zoom out and see more pictures in the view, right? So if I'm here and I'm right, not there, right there, and I have my pictures and I'm like, I'm zooming out, right? I can zoom out as much as I want. This feature specifically is available on the Mac, but because you are using a fucking mouse and keyboard, you necessarily can't. I mean, you can't necessarily pinch and zoom to get access to this same similar view. You will be left with, so you can zoom out, but you can't really zoom out. So it's like a keyboard and keyboard shortcuts to like zoom out stuff. So experience wise, UX wise, it's two different behaviors. It's the same features, the same contents, the same activities, but it's just behaved differently. So it's not really answer your question. It's not necessarily the same navigation on both devices, mainly because the user have different expectation on different platforms. Some platforms are just touch based, so a swipe up, a click and drag up makes no sense, but a swipe up does. And maybe a pinch and zoom or pinch to zoom makes sense on mobile, but doesn't make sense on desktop. So that's the thing. If you need to have the same features, I would say on desktop based on Screen sizes, maybe a sidebar could be good to have the content previews, like the thing that you currently have right here, um, right? Like this sidebar probably is already open on desktop and can be retracted, but is probably open, and you have access to this. And then that, instead of being underneath, maybe on desktop, it's on the side. And you have your content, like the active content that you're currently looking at, in the middle of the page, but you would have the content that is underneath in that tray on the right side and your existing sidebar on the left side at all times, and that thing is just flexible. I don't know. That might be the way to make it work for that specific device, but it also implies that this data is available at all times just because you have the space for it. But yeah. And yes, this is the biggest IKEA mirror. I was debating putting it somewhere else, like where it is right now. But if you look at this, technically um, this element right there on the wall, like the thing that is really close to my head right here, there is a bit of a flat wall. I was debating having one vertically here so that I have like a full body mirror. But then I'm tiny. I am. And reaching here to clean it up, not an option. So there I can reach the top and I can clean it up. So, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not saying having all the data all the times in terms of the app has access to it. I'm saying the user has the visibility of it. Like this view, for example. If I go onto the stream dashboard on my phone right now, the only thing that I see is the preview of the stream and the chat. That's it. I might have access to a view that has the chat and the quick actions, but that's it. On desktop, even though I do have access to events, I do have access to the activities, I do have access to this metrics, it's not displayed on my phone directly because I don't have the space. So that's what I mean by having the information at all times. Like these things, I do have access to them on the phone, just not displayed because it doesn't make any sense. It takes too much space to display this. So that's what I'm saying. Not saying that you don't have access to it, just saying that you don't display it in the same way because it just doesn't make sense. Like the grid of characters that I have on my phone right now is a 5 column grid for each of the characters, because it does make sense right here. But if I'm on the iPad, I have more space. So I can technically have hiragana and katakana side to side on the iPad. That works. I will not do that because I have quizzes per things. But for example, in the kanjis, because I don't have like there is no necessary grid patterns, I can have a 12 columns system on the iPad just because it works. You know, it's a thing. So yeah. I'm trying to find like a reference for you that has content segregation, content classifications in ways that make sense, that would make sense for your use cases. And this one doesn't exist yet. So like we've talked about it before, your computer is an interesting system, interesting platform, I would say, with potentials for what they are creating. And there is another one that is like, I think it's computer futures. But I'm like, if I could type, bitch. It's not this one. Not that one. I forgot the name. Bro, hi, walk on it. That happens. That happens. There is one specific ex-Apple employee that I forgot the name, obviously. That used to build like a new system, and we do have some of the screenshots that are related to that specific somewhere in my liked pins. But as always, I'm gonna struggle to find it, right? Because I'm looking for something. I should just go in the work related, yes. Yes. Yeah, no, tag could help. Also, Pinterest being good could help, but they stopped doing that last year, so now we're kind of fucked. Bit like this, for example, not that, get the fuck out. Like this app specifically has a very interesting behavior layout, animations, content, like structuring, and they do a ton of really like natural language transition between things, in pages and content and classification and folders. Like here, I don't know if this one has right there. That's the one I was looking for. Like this system of potential navigation is, to me, pretty impressive and pretty interesting to see. Like you're on your home screen and your behavior is to pinch out, to zoom out on whatever happened during your day, doing the other activities and accessing other things. So I'm not saying that this is something that you should put in place, but just thinking about that potential behavior of, oh, I'm on something, and if I click on the page, just expand in a way that is a bit more unexpected than what I was expecting, because that is what unexpected means. But like that, the type of behavior could be a bit more interesting than the regular bottom navigation thing. Technically speaking, and functionally speaking, and code-wise, more complex. I get it. But user-wise, being a bit of a weird-ass thing like this, why not? Why not? But yeah, depending on how you want it to be displayed, right? That's the the first thing. For me, based on what I've seen, and I haven't seen much, I mean, much more than this, um, it's mostly a matter of reorganizing, like, um, the content of that bottom bar or bottom navigation content to make sense in any case, and potentially just having like an expanding, retracting section in the top that end up something like this, right? You have the content that you had, and then you just expanded that section, and you had like your tags, your values, your things. Maybe it's something that is more like this, where you expand something and you have your content, and then you have your other tags and other related data. You decide. I don't know, right? It could. It could. Um, but that's like the potentials. Like this one is very much a desktop navigation thing. Well, yeah. Like you will have research and research? No. References uh, for similar things. It's just sad that I can't find the fucking one that I had in mind. God damn. I think I would need to better help that company, but to better help you, I would need a bit of a sitemap slash content map of the app to understand a bit of a greater content mapping, where things are, where what is linked to what, how does it work, how does it not work, um, and so on. Potentials. I see the infinite rabbit hole potentials that you have right here, I think, right? I really don't like your first interaction of you click on something like this one, and in order to go back, you need to click here. That is weird. Um, but you're basically going from tag 1 to tag 2 without doing anything. And then you need to go back, but you can't really go back. Like it's not a backlink like you have right here. You can. Um, yeah, I get that. I think I'm overwhelmed as a user by this, which is good that you're redesigning it. But there might be things that are good in there. So, um, I'm guessing grid is switching between grid and list in terms of the view. Um, the we have two scores for this. You have the score of buttons should, or toggles buttons should give you the end state, and the other score is toggle button should give you the current state. So right now you are in the current state thing. For me, that makes less sense. Personally, if I'm currently on the grid, I understand, I know that, and so I want to go on the list view. And so here should be like go in list or just list. And so when I'm in list, it's just gonna say grid, so that I know that I can toggle in between the two and then switch between the two modes. So that's something. But yeah, no. Yeah, there is like a ton of things that needs to that that I need to understand in order to be able to again better help. So yeah, I think I have a bit of an issue with your naming as in apps doesn't make sense to me. Um, Also, dumb thing. That might be a dumb thing. I don't know. Reading time, 1 minute? No, that that should be at the top of the page, not at the bottom. Um, I know we are not talking about that, but if you want to know how long you need to take to read the thing that you wrote, it needs to be at the top. Like I don't want to go on the page that I wrote, scroll to the bottom of the fucking page to see how long it's gonna take me to read the thing. I want to see that at the top. So if I'm here and I know that this is like right, this one is really small, but if it's like way longer, I kind of want to have um, reading time 1 minute saved 4 days ago things around here, and maybe um, characters and words at the bottom. That's a detail that I don't really give a shit about. But for the speed of the brain, personally, I would do that, which is basically what we have when we go on Medium, even though they died. Um, right? If I'm going in there, I will have 10-minute read here, and it's not like at the bottom of the page. It's at the top. It's where it's supposed to be. Technically, I feel like it used to be here as well. Like I have a memory of it used to be 4 minutes before I click on it. I know if I will really click on it or not. But you know, details. Um, it's a complex thing. I don't think Pinterest is the right reference. Notion, kinda. I think Obsidian is a bit closer to an extent. Um, but it's a mix of a lot of things. Yes. Yes. That is the case. Is the case. But yeah, for that, to me there is like a bit of a need for naming stuff. App makes no sense. I would say some people might give you integration as potentials, but integration means that you have to enable them per limits, which might not be what we had in this one. But the main reason why I'm saying apps needs to change is because it doesn't convey what it kind of is, or at least right now, for me, it doesn't really. Uh, like an app is an app, not like a feature in an app. You don't have an app in an app. Rarely. I mean, you do, but you don't. Just one of the functionalities of the app. But yeah. Yeah. Can you explain um, what apps is right now for you? Like what you define as app? What is the current state of what is defined as app and how it works? What it encloses? All that. I feel like we have something, at least in my saved files, stuff that could help. Specifically, if I had, I don't, but if I still had my dashboard related pins, I deleted them. Oh no, I do have them. Wide, wide. In there might be like something work in organization or content organization, mostly data rather than folders, but like shit like this could. But again, dashboard are for desktops most of the time. But yeah. It's really a place where plugins integrate as well. It's basically a view on your data that offers you to edit stuff, perform actions on multiple documents, compared to the view that shows one document at a time, and gets you app-like experience, all using the same underlying data, and everything is done with tags. You can continue to use it without the app. Um, if everything is done with tags, I would just have tags, not apps. Like if the goal is to organize with tags and you let me organize with tags, I'd call that tags. Wouldn't really bother. Uh, it's using the tags, I would use the tags, right? Cool. And then from there, you just see things and you're like, that needs to be, like I click on that tag and I have access to it, which is, oh, I guess, like, you know, um, like I'm here and I'm like, I'm looking at this, click on the tag, I reach the search, I get the thing, I click on something else, on the tags, I reach the search with the tags results, and you know, I get that behavior makes sense to me. That's cute as fuck. Um, I did like it already. Goddamn. So that that behavior for image-based related content makes a lot of sense, and the sorting is tag-based. So I tap on a I tap on the tag, I'm getting the data that is related to that tag, and then and so on. So that makes sense. What? Yeah. I feel like you basically have a content management system that is your file with the text. This is a cute tag to add. Uh, I might add that. You have your content and you can have access to other things, which, I mean, I would say the best example that I have in mind right now that is like similar is going to be Notion to an extent, because it's page based, so it's not the same. But I I'm really unsure. I would say that's the thing. I don't have the understanding nor the knowledge of like how I would use the app, because I wouldn't. Let's be real. That is the reason why I have a hard time like figuring out how it's supposed to work. Because it's text based to me, even though it's image savings and note taking, but notes it is text based. So no. If something is text related and it requires me to type text, and yes, what Larkin just said is really true. That's the confusion. There is so much things, so much potential stuff that can happen, that just makes it harder to figure out. Yeah. I think, yeah, going back to what I said earlier, to me, the desktop app and the mobile app and tablet app might not have the same content. I could see a desktop for editing and a mobile for consuming only, like just a reader and not an editor. I know it goes against what you're trying to achieve, but in terms of simplifying, good job, me, simplicity and simplifying the UI, it might be better to just say on mobile we are reading and potentially uploading images, but that's about it. Or editing like the light text, but not most of it. Meaning that the navigation system would be stuck to one element. So I'm opening one file, one node, one image, one thing, and then from there I can do things on that file, node, image, thing, but I can't really navigate between them unless I'm going back to the parent folder. So I can't have this looping infinite thing, which I think goes against your philosophy of brain patterns, mind mapping thingy. So yeah, um, that's the thing. And Larkin, yes, but no, there is also already tabs at the bottom of the screen. That's the thing. Like right now in the redesign thing, you have the app tabs, regular app tabs right here, and then these. Sorry. um, like you know, this one is a bit easier to grasp because it is already simplified a bit, not enough, but a bit. God damn. These, I mean, yes, there is so many things, that's for sure. I really don't think we have similar references. I guess maybe Tripsy. Ooh. That's new. I didn't know we could do that. Yeah, you see that? That's kind of the type of organization I would see, potentially, where you have your main content with your potential actions, and then these, when they are here, you can expand it. And when you expand it, you have access to the rest. In the rest, you have them organized in sections. So your do list, your images, your task, your things, whatever, sorted by blocks, by tag, but in a way that is making a bit more sense. But I get it. I wish I had like more unsorted, to be honest, because then that system at the top with the tags is basically what I mean. Have access to your tags. That's interesting. Um, yeah. Yeah. I I'm sure they exist, and I'm sure I could point you to something, but because I don't understand the app entirely, I might not. In references, if you are looking at things that are similar to Notion, um, Craft is the other one that I like a lot. It's really similar to Notion and to what they do, and it gives you a Notion-like experience that is a bit better and a bit simpler. Like on how things are organized. So you could use that as a reference in between like your phone and your computers to see what they have on both sides and how it works. There is no file management. Yes, you still have the ability to get images on your pages, as far as I remember. But yeah, I think the one that I like, can't show you that because that is Assland. Sorry, it happens. I was right, right from the start. God damn. Um, there is one guy that I kind of shared before. That is creating like one of the most impressive, I guess, uh, app for note taking. Um, I can't find it. God damn it. Obviously. Right. So this one, which we have talked about before, this is a bit more complex, right? Um, uh, but this is a very interesting way of navigation or navigating the files and the notes. It's a lot more visuals and similar to Milanote, with a bit more design and a good project manager behind it, designer project manager, and it doesn't exist, right? Okay, this is a it's a concept, uh, but it's working. So that in mind, the whole thing, the whole system that they have created is really good. The whole interaction system works every time, and the like negations, potentials, transitions, whatever. There is links and infinite range of activities and things that you can access through this whole system, but it is an extremely visual interface compared to what you are trying to do. Yours is mostly dev related, I would say. So, yeah, you know, yeah, it is really good. Um, you mean that would be an app, like an app concept for you? That is crazy. Uh, yeah. I hate doing that and I hate saying what I'm about to say, but I think you need to hide stuff on mobile. I know, I know, but I think you need to hide stuff. Like this is the exact same amount of data. Right? You have your apps with your tagged with, your adding an app, your plus, send, full screen, map, uh, other things, whatever. But on your mobile version, at least from what we've seen, you have all of this that is displayed on the screen at all times. And on the redesign that you sent, this is a bit less here, which is good, but it's still there. So there might be a need for like finding content, which is sad, but putting them behind like three dot buttons, drop downs, things. Hmm. Uh, I don't know Apple Notes. I know the iMessage that you're talking about. The 5 pics are pretty cool. It's a nice concept, but yeah. Mm, I copied. I think that is the end zone for me. Um, there's way too much information. Um, and no, I can't do that. If you know the internet, you know that notes is filled with things that you can't see. You know? I I think. Oh, you might need an entirely new concept of navigation rather than the regular thing. Um, like right now, you are doing sections and sections and apps, as you are calling them, for native-like experiences inside of the existing experience. So Pinterest-like thing because you have like a Pinterest app, like which is a grid, um, and it only contains the things that are tagged based on the main file that you're on, which has like specific tags, whatever. That is like way too simple and common. And it works because it is a familiar pattern. So people would be like, yes, I get that. I understand. This is something that I know. I've been there before. I get that pattern. It makes sense. But it's also confusing because you have that pattern plus the other 15 on the same page. And your user, and probably yourself, probably myself as well, are getting confused because there is so much thing that they can do in one single view. So that's the thing. The last app that I showcased right there with the infinite canva for the navigation is similar to what um, Obsidian does and what you kind of do as well with the node maps. But it gives you a ton of things that are like visuals, files, videos, whatever. And so the base reference that we have as far as right now is um, Milanote. Milanote is really similar. It gives you the same infinite canva with the ability to place blocks with content. But your system is a bit more complex than this. And at the same time a bit simpler because you don't really have the visual preview of everything on the Canva. You don't have a Canva much, kinda, in a way. uh, yeah. Yeah, I mean the unification of the data and the unification of the content makes sense. As you said, it's the same database in the background, so therefore everything that you have is linked together, and so whatever happens. Um, Whatever the UI is, we still tap on the same content. That makes sense. It's just I was about to say the simplicity. It's not simple, but the simplicity um, of oh, it's a tag management system. So it's basically the same thing as what's the fucking app? Um, no, actually is good. No, it's the Pinterest for your Mac. Um, Eagle something. Uh, Oak something. Uh, like is a manager thing, whatever. I forgot the name. I'm trying to find it. Obviously, I can't because you know. But it's something that looks exactly like the Finder and gives you the ability um, to. I think doesn't. No, I've never seen that in my life ever. Uh, uh, no, it's not. It's not an oak. That's for sure. Uh, it's an app that was no, it's an app that was built in 2009, 2010, maybe. It's been a while. It's been a while. To my mind is an option. Fabrics is an option as well, but these are too new. It's really something that came up in um, like here. No, Tap Tap is good. I'm so sad they died. Ah. Nope. Picture that I've seen here seems kind of Similar, but this is forklift, which is different. This is not what I want. Yeah. Uh, it was on my iPod Touch when I was in school, and it was the best thing ever. And basically gave you Pinterest in your Finder, basically. Like that's exactly what it is. And it gave you the ability to tag content, the ability to organize your files and folders and things in a way that is just making a lot of sense. And the output and the design of it, specifically for images, was uh, good, but it was only for image. The thing that I'm like basically trying to find is the way that they are doing their um, like tagging system, because you know. Yes, me too. No, it's not Gemini. No, 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 no. The good thing was it had the experience of the Finder. Like it basically looks exactly as the the Finder. And oh god damn, that's so sad. That's so sad. That's a fake picture. Oh, oh. They don't want to have their profile picture there. Oh. Sorry. I could. Um, Tomato is now Mac only, so that's not the thing. And Milo is good, but it's not the one that I'm looking for. Um, Aww. um, there used to be an app on macOS for organizing pictures, for tags, and had the same or similar interface as the Finder. This thing was popular around 2012, I would say. Let's say 2014, so that we are kind of safe. Ish, but I can't find it again. The leap died. Cool. Eagle. Yes, that's the thing that I was looking for. Um, I knew. I knew. I knew. Uh, uh, yes. It was not oak, it was eagle. Not the same eagle, but it was an eagle as well. So, this one has, first of all, a similar color scheme than the one that you have, but it's meant to have tag-based system, folder-based system, and it is or used to be really good. I'm talking about that because it has the whole system tags behavior that you're looking for. Might be really interesting for you to take a look at it if you have the ability to get like a free version somewhere. And it might be good um, as inspiration because it's good specifically for the tags. right? The tag system is what I'm talking about, and that's the reason why I was looking for it. Um, and their whole smart folder that basically sort things automatically based on their content is really good. So yes, we like it. Good job, ChatGPT. You did good. Um, you did good. I don't know if it has like a mobile version. It might. It doesn't. I don't know if they do things, but yeah. At least they have like a whole knowledge base on tags and how they work, so that's really good for you to go through it and potentially like get more inspiration on how it works. To me, the system, again, this might not be as useful as it needs to be, was it could be in my head, mainly because this is like a desktop only or desktop first app, and therefore what we will see is going to be the most expanded view of the navigation and the content. So you end up with things that are not necessarily good for the mobile version. But nonetheless, that's the thing. That's the thing I was looking for. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it used to be like a bit of a replacement for Pinterest. At least that's how I kind of saw it at the time. So, yeah. Good, I found it. Congrats, ChatGPT did good. You did good. But yeah, that's a bit of a different system. But yeah, have a good rest of your day. Uh, have a good call. Take care of yourself, and come back when you have some news and stuff. I want to see the update as always. As always. But yeah, that was a whole thing. Um, that's a weird button. I'm not gonna lie on this one. This is a weird ass button. Um, I guess yeah. I guess a mix of both might probably work for you. Like something that give you the ability to check tags and things at the same time. Will probably work. Will probably work. Mm-hmm. And yeah. It's oh, that's so sad. Sorry. I just saw this and I was like, that's so bad. That's gonna take a lawsuit for sure. For sure. The light phone is the exact same design. That's why I'm saying this. Ah, goddamn. Yeah, that's a good thing. Um, and that's the same point that I just made. Yes. Anyways. Mm. Mm. Oh. What happened? Brain said something. Yes, no, yes. Dang. Fair point. Fair point. I've done some. I just do back and forth in between the files and not the files. I've done a bit more icons. Like these are the one that I've made last time, and I've done like most of the messages related stuff. And I have a bit of just one question related to the calendars icons. Right this instant, I have made the icons be um, line icons for the additional elements when they need to be there. Do you think it would be better if it wasn't? As in, if this thing, for example, was um, sorry, what do you mean I can't outline you when you are inside of this? Do that instead. If it was like this, I don't know. I'm debating. Uh, the main reason why I didn't is because most of these icons, most of the times, are just like checks, cross, small things, and therefore it's like kind of simple. But because the whole system of icons is supposed to be solid, I don't know if it makes more sense to get them in full solid and some of them in lines, or to get all of them in lines at all the times. All the times, at all times. What do you think of this? It works, but I don't know. That's the question. That's the question. Also, I just realized, or not realized, but like discovered that as soon as Figma has a hover state on one of these red thing, it just lags when we're trying to move around. If we're not, we can zoom in and zoom out pretty quickly. We are, and we have one that is activated. It just adds so much complexity on the file, and it just doesn't want to go fast. The blue ones are okay though. Makes no sense. It makes no sense. None. I also did this one. That makes no sense. Worse. Like we don't have the icon with the sand inside of the hourglass, but I just did it. So now we do have it. Yeah, that is the current debate in my head. Current head debates. That's gonna be a tad too short, like me. Why? We'll see. Oops. Oh, I see. Why? I don't know. No, not this one. Give me more precise stuff, please. So for the movement, I know it's a bit much. I know it's a bit much. But that's fine. Alright. So this here, I feel like I would love to have this contained. Not like that. Probably like this, to be honest. Probably like filled here. Around here. Right, that makes more sense to me as a bell. The only thing that I'm unsure about is the distance in between the two, because this is like a 0.5 and as always 0.5 don't exist. So I might just bump it down to be exact on the pixels. We have like 1 pixel difference. It visually makes the bell thingy, I don't know how, the ball lower, so I don't know. But have that. So this is gonna be here, here, here. And then what we need here is just the dividing elements. So that, it, getting out, duplicating them. I've been doing that all day, so I'm kind of done with it. Putting them at one pixel for use. I feel like it simplifies the icons in a way that makes sense. So we do that. And when I'm looking at the other notification thing that we have here, we have made the dot 4, so I'm dividing, thinking that this would make more sense for the solid icon to have like the notification bell solid. Would make more sense. Would make more sense. This one though doesn't make sense. Needs to be bigger. That's what she said. So around here, probably. Right, that's not right, but it works. It will work. Doesn't have a choice. Point, and point. Not exact, but it works. Oh, I was debating as well for the magnifying glass, magnifying glass, if it needs to be filled, because filling it feels wrong to me. It's the easiest thing to do. No, that's the that is good. Good side. But it feels unbalanced. Don't like it. It's almost as if it needs to be filled but inverted. So something um like almost there, and this needing to be like unselected around here, and this one being non-selecting this. And so that point right there, instead of being a 2, it might be like a 3 or 4. Might benefit from putting it up. Yeah, still, I don't like it. I don't think that works. I don't think that works. $2.5, maybe. Maybe. It is worse, right? Yeah. I mean, this is a fucking magnifying glass. You need to be able to see through. So I guess it's just a matter of making it like a bit thicker with a 2.5. That's all we can do on this one. Similar to these, right? These ones were made like a bit 3 instead of 2. But they match with the rest of these ones. Eh. I guess. There is something that I kind of want to talk about, in a way, not really, but kind of. During the Figma announcement, they have showcased something in the Figma Draw system, and they showcased what the fuck is this page? What in the useless thing is this? Anyways, they showcased the fact that you could make a path thicker in some spots. You could have viable width for the lines, and I can't figure out where that is at all. Like the announcement specifically, the one about Figma Draw that popped in that was really bad. I need to reiterate on this one. It was really bad, and it was not recorded. It was recorded, but it's not here. It's like supposed to be right here. Right in the middle. 2. God damn. One day, Figma will allow things to be on their fucking page. Um, yes, it's in my fucking story for sure. Um, and it's going to be around here later. This one. So the Figma draw thing right there. There is a section where she presents. I mean, she's presenting shit for a while. Right around the blue line, right around here, I think. So she's presenting like all of that dynamic stroke thingy. But then the last illustration that she has here, that thing. Viable stroke is this icon right here. They have presented this. And I'm so sad about it. Because it would be so useful right here to be able to go in the draw mode and say, I need viable stroke. I don't have access to it. And it's weird. Because they presented it as if it was like really good. And it's not available. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Goddamn. Force of habit. We'll see. Maybe that works. We never know. We never know. But yeah, I need that. Like, this is the type of thing that I would need for these elements, for that, like having viable stroke instead of doing the thing that I've been doing here, of attempting to get like a taper on something. It would make so much more sense. But, you know, it's just not the case. So. Kind of sad. It's kind of that's a 1 point separation here, so let's add the 1 point separation. I think I'm gonna need to move that up and move that up 1 point. A bit shorter, but it kind of makes sense. And then here, same thing. Move all that up to be centered, and then that. At this point, it doesn't really matter, but yeah. And then these, I don't know. These are debatable. I don't know what's happening outside of my house. I know there is construction, but usually construction doesn't continue after 9. So maybe there is like a breaking happening. I don't know. I guess these would be 3, but these would be 2. Maybe. To be checked. Otherwise, I'm going to end up with the faders, which we already have here, and they are kind of fat. So, I don't know. Ah, this thing requires so much attention. Is that too small? It is too small. It is way too small. That's too small. Sorry. I just realized that this was selected, and this one, however, is faster, so I'm gonna do that first. I hear glass breaking and no good. Oh, why am I like this? Why is me like this? Cool, so this here, we need to have this thing, it's almost a 45, but it's not a 45, I see. We need this to be like higher, basically opening up the dang, the dang, in a way that is making more sense, right? So if the wrench is open, we shall, that's a bad move, have a bit of a better outline version so that we can see that end better. That's what I'm saying. Right here, you can recognize that as a wrench rather than what we had a second ago. Wasn't as much of a wrench as the rest. Anyways, then duplicating it, making sure that we keep the center element as one, and then that, that, that. Precision. Question. 4x4 filled seems kind of tight. 2x2 filled seems kind of big. One radius seems like a good idea. It works. It works. Mm-hmm. All right. These two, same thing. We kind of need to have a bit more space right there. Maybe not that much. You can expand the eye dots. These, they kind of work together. Outline, offset, yes. That. The distance in between the dot. Not enough. Not enough. We had 5, but I can't put it bigger. Can I? I mean, I can. The.
In the depths of darkest night,
Why is this 180 degrees?
flicker of light ignite.
No sense.
Soul, lost and torn. Rebirth.
That's better. It's not good, but that's better. Oh, the lags. The lags. Everything is laggy. And then these 3, and technically these 4, needs to be Figma. The same. Do I have another one that needs to be inverted? No. Guess I could take this one as well. Just because. Just because. You know. Ah, fuck me.
Tell me the truth. I'm waiting.
Oh, yeah, no. We know that. We used that before. We used that before. It's good at big sizes. And because we are currently at 24 by 24 pixels for the icons, this is not viable at all. That's why I kind of want the Figma implementation. But yes, Fireball is basically what has died because of Figma's updates. Right there. Kind of sad because it's a good plugin for some situations. Just not the situation we have right now. It's kind of sad. I know. Cool. Not great, but okay.
Tell me the truth.
Not great, but okay. I guess. Yes. How can I do that though? I'd love to avoid this, but I don't think I have a choice. And the equal is way too tight because of 3 points for the lines. So
Tell me the truth. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Tell me the truth. I'm waiting. Fantasy, 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 fantasy. I am enemy, 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 enemy. I am fantasy, 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 fantasy. I am enemy, 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 enemy. I am fantasy, 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 fantasy. I am enemy, 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 enemy. I am fantasy.
eat. Of course. How?
There's no one living but we that knows that composition.
Inverted, I guess. Ah, the suddenness. The suddenness of these. You do that, and then on this one, remove the contraction? Remove that. And here we can subtract it so that it doesn't blur these too much. The question that we had earlier was potentially getting this to be thinner, so something like 1.5. But that kind of fucks everything, so I don't know if that's a good idea. You know what? I know it's not a good idea. Dang. There. But let's just go back. Let's just go back to 2. 2 is gonna be okay. It's a bit thick, but it's fine. I don't know about that. I appreciate it. Right now we are listening to not that. We're listening to this panel, which is a lot of ass lately. But what they do, or what they have, is basically like copyright-free music for creators, and it is the type of music that I do like to listen to. So again, a lot of ass, but at the end of the day, it's on YouTube, so that's not. I can't, do that. Define whatever. It's probably the only reason why they are popular in the first place, which is kind of sad. Just because, ass all the time, but we are listening to the playlist, which has a small 37 hours worth of music compared to our regular thing that is Epidemic Sound, that has a 1 hour playlist of songs that are pretty okay, and they don't have much content that is added. And this is like I would say a label. So the fact that they are getting the rights to play the songs and getting the rights to allow me basically to play the songs is really good, or it really helps. But yeah, appreciate it. I appreciate it. Nice to have found like some sort of a playlist that is more on my type of music, rather than being forced to be like one of the other streamers that just plays lo-fi music because I don't have a choice. Just it's what is available for the MCA free music, and therefore I'm just gonna do that. So yeah, I'm happy to not oblige. I can't pronounce this one, but yeah, you know what I mean. How am I gonna screw this screw? I don't think I'm gonna screw the screw. The screw is gonna screwing. I don't. Some of them, extremely simple. Others, debatable. Debatable. Like these, for example, makes kind of sense to just be outlined and potentially just have the heads of the hammer, the pickaxe, and all of these to be like, right there. Not. Yeah. So thank you, Nox. Appreciate it. It reinforced what I said earlier today about Framer launching something new and everything that they talked about. Guess what? It's available. Compared to Figma launching something new, everything that they talked about is ETA unknown. God damn. That pisses me off every fucking time. It's crazy. It shouldn't. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Ah. Right about here. What we need.
Protocol accepted. Systems online.
Oh. But that's bad. I see. Well, I'll fix that in a second. That is not good. Let's just do that. Just do that. I think I'm making a mistake. I think
Shields active.
I'm making a mistake. Yeah, that's gonna be weird. We're gonna try it out anyways. So this is gonna take the line that needs to be removed. So basically this line is gonna be an outline subtraction. Right? That's something that we kind of need to get on this element right there, because this is going to take everything that is inside, right? Get our paper based here. Then that is subtracted. In order to get our transition right, we kind of need to move this point up to somewhere around here so that we have the transition. Some of the things I've seen earlier in other icons that I've made is this is a tad better if it is like a bit slimmer compared to the rest. So I'm gonna just do that because we can, and we're gonna pull that. Even though it's not exactly what we wanted to have, will help. Kinda. Kinda. I guess I should just do that.
In 1973, A series of murders shocked Northern California. College girls began to disappear while hitchhiking.
Fair. Fair. I don't think it's faster though. If I do that, I don't. Does it matter? But I don't think it's faster. So we'll see. Let's duplicate this one just for now so that I can do this and have the intended offsetted system right there. We have the house. Makes sense. We have this, which makes less sense. And that would have, because this is a 1 point now, having this as a 1 point as well makes a lot of sense. And so we can play with this. Not great. It is not great. It works. That's what matters. That is what matters to me. Same thing here. I don't know if this wouldn't be like better to get instead. Specifically here. Can't be that close. No, that's distracting. You recognize the house and therefore you recognize the blueprints faster than if it's filled. So, you know, we're gonna do that. We are going to do that. I don't think this would work in inverted. Let's see what we can do quickly. And huh? This one makes no sense. I'm looking at the door handle, right there. The best way that I have to make it make sense, because it will be inverted, is to get door handle to be outlined with a white line around it, and then the keyhole with a white line as well. But that 1 pixel point will bring it to here, which is really, really close to the edge. I'm debating if this is even gonna be good or a good idea. Anyways, they're testing it out, you know, because we can. Also, going back to the music because I'm thinking about it now. Specifically now that we are doing mostly icons, or we are going to do mostly icons for a bit, because I need to fix these, it's going to be more important to me to have music in the background that makes sense, rather than not. That while I'm doing something that is supposed to be like, you know, I'm not really chatting, makes more sense if I can just have that in said background. There's my keyhole. there. And then this is going to take 1 is going to be better for this. Sorry. It kind of works. It kind of works. Not good, but it kind of works. These two are gonna be wildin'. Wildin'. Right. Wonky. I'm still not used to it. I'm not used to the new shortcuts. It just makes no sense. I should have done these ones as well at the same time. That would make way more sense. Why so much points? If you ask yourself why so much points, the reason is because these corners are continuous corners, and therefore it has more points. Shouldn't, but it does. So can't really do anything about it other than removing the continuous corners, but that just breaks the icon style. I don't want to do that. Ooh. See. That's also a good thing. So going back to what Stoney has said before with the overall issues with Figma being Figma and being a bit of a bitch, in terms of ensuring that the content is good when you export like an SVG or something. When I'm outlining them right here, we end up with things that we are usually not seeing, including like some of the broken edges or broken thing that would result in a, well, broken SVG when you import it in CSS. So that, having the ability here to fix it is a pretty good thing from my point of view. Right? Kind of helps. It kind of helps. Like all of these points, like look at this bitch. Makes no sense. If you didn't know, Option or Alt and your whatever point you want to remove will basically give you the, zoom in, give you this specific pen tool, which is the remove point pen tool, and that's supposed to give you exactly what you need, and basically remove the points that are not necessary with something that is much cleaner. It also kind of create, like right here, it has created like a bit of a bulge in terms of guitar shape. So just removing 2 more points to get like an even more smoother guitar shape, which is kind of wrong, to be honest, but it's there and it works. So. . Sorry. 0.5. Yeah, 1.5 is good. 1.5 is good. This one is going to be super easy. A lot of points, but super easy. So we're good with that. You know what? No. I mean, kinda, but also no. It works here because the edge match the edge. However, when I'm outlining this, I'm not getting what I need. So we're gonna build it from scratch. That's what happened. Currently it's a 15 by 15-ish. I'm gonna make that 16 by 16, so it's right there. A bit off-centered. And we're gonna use these as bases, and these are, I guess 4 by 4 will work. But these are together for sure. Then these are gonna be together, but right there, but inverted, so we have them inside, like so. That, and that together, and then that, and that subtracted. Sorry. Let's do that again. That and that together, that and that subtracted. Yes. And now we can, or we should be able to get 1 or 2 point radius on this. And we can then play with the sizes and make sure that this is like 6, 6, 6. Move it out. Sorry, won't keep this and this. And so that here, instead of being at 2, let's put it at 1 to see. It's not bad, but it's not great. Also, they are not centered. What's missing? Yeah, that won't work as a puzzle. Bring it back. Okay, what can I do? That, yeah. Cool. I fear it's not gonna work. I fear this is not going to work. Let's see. So if I remove these points right here, and then I just blend them together so that we have one piece. No, not you. One piece right here with no holes on the side. And then take that, put it here, that they match pieces, whatever. And then we can use that as a chomp. It's not gonna work either. I don't know. On this one, I really don't know how I can make this work in a puzzle way. Can you please select the fucking points? Thank you. I can't do that. I can't just outline the thing. Right. It's not gonna work. Text is gonna be good for that. You don't have a lot of options. We currently are extremely limited in what we could bring to life. And yeah, you don't really have or something that would give you the ability to just say, oh yeah, I need this exact thing in this exact way. Have in my head right there. Like that's at this instant we don't have bitch. We don't have that. So you can't. You kinda can't. Which is sad, I know. But yeah. Does that look like anything? No, it doesn't. I feel like I'm gonna give up on this one. very soon. As on enough. So, to the question, because that's more important. If you want to bring something to life, it's something that you have in your head and you don't have the skills to design it, if you can, sketch it out as bad as you can. I'm gonna give you some things. Obviously, I know how to sketch, so take that with a grain of salt. But these ones are really bad in terms of catchability things, specifically these right here. They are, zoom in. Is that an option? I guess it is an option, but so I don't know. It's not an option. But these, right, and then you will lose some light if I come closer, are really bad sketches, and they are good sketches because they all made really fast. This is really all you need at times to bring things to life. That's the first option. If you can do that, that's good. If you can't do that, but you know the content of the thing that you're trying to build, if it's a page and you know that you need a header and you need a section with pictures and you need a zone with something else, build it in paper. Like, create small post-it notes with the name, header, picture, input field, quote, whatever, something, testimonials, in post-it notes, and put it in like a rectangle in your head or on a wall or somewhere, to just say, here, and here we should have stuff. So that can look something like this if you don't have post-it notes and you just want to do it on Jam, for example, and you need a sticky note and you just have them, and this is going to be, I know that I have a header that needs to be somewhere around here. We need value prop right here for this specific like landing page. There might be like a CTA for buying the software. I know that here we might have like an image to represent the software, whatever. Underneath that, I kind of want a divider right here, and then here I need like a feature. So this is going to be my image feature 1 with my feature 1 text on this side, and then because I know how the pattern is going to be, I know that I have feature 2, feature 3. You get the idea. So, right, why are you not? Why? Bitch. And so you have this with post-its, and it's not visuals, but it still gives you the structure of how things are supposed to be. These currently are sticky notes, and I did that on purpose. It could be something else and not be like a sticky, and you could have used rectangles instead. It would have given you the same output. But at the end, if you have a header and you know that your header is supposed to be roughly like this, what gives you a better understanding of what should be there, you can remove that. Then you know that your value prop is going to be roughly half of the size. Right there, and then your CTA is probably going to be something that is a tad bit smaller than your value prop, because it's just a button. Let's help you visualize these, and then you go on the other side and you know that this is supposed to be an image, and your image is probably going to take like a lot more space. So you can move that here and put it somewhere in the middle. That kind of makes sense. Then you have a divider. You know that the divider is probably going to be somewhere in the range of very tiny in terms of height. That kind of helps, and so on and so forth. So then I have like an image, so that's good. And then I have like a a formula text. So that's okay. And then I have the opposite. So text, value, so on and so forth, whatever. And that is just rectangles. That took me, again, 16 seconds to go from post-it to rectangles. And I have a better understanding visually of what I'm trying to achieve. If you are doing this with AI assistants for building something in Cursor, for example, this is enough. Like, you can be here, take a screenshot of this, send it to Cursor, and say, I need something that looks like this, roughly. That's the layout that I have in my head. Let's see what we can do. And then it will generate something for you. Then you just refine it afterward. But that's the best option is going to be on paper. Second best option is going to be on post-its, because you can have like zones and things. And third best option is going to be to have basically what you made on paper in a tool that your designer is using, if you have a designer. If you don't, it's going to be yourself. But yeah, that's the how. If you don't have the skills. And then if you want to take it a bit more to the design side, like you don't have the skills, but you still need something that is a bit more high fidelity than this, your task is going to be, what exactly do I need? And how is it called? How can I call this thing? What would be the name that people would use for this? I don't really know. So I'm gonna go check. And I'm looking for a SaaS landing page, whatever, right? Something. I'm looking at what they have, and I'm like, well, we know that we need something that is not centered. So these are not necessarily going to work. This one could kind of work. This one is kind of similar to what I had in my head, and therefore I see this, and I'm like, okay, so this is pretty good. This looks really close to what I thought about. It's not exactly what I had in my head because it's different content, but this is a good base for me to send to a designer, to send to whatever, or to take inspiration from, to build from there. You can use that, and then if you need to build something in Figma, just build that, rebuild that in Figma. If you don't, use like a cursor, whatever, to build a UI, do that. If, usually what people say right after, you don't find what you're trying to build, is you are creating something new. It doesn't exist yet, right? That's usually what most of my clients have said, of, we haven't found anything on the market. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's exactly this tool that already exists. And they're like, oh, we didn't know about that. Yes, that's probably because you don't know how to phrase or name the thing that you're trying to build. So if you didn't find anything and you think it could be named differently, it could be used in a different industry, it could be like in a different medium, not necessarily like a landing page, but potentially something in VR games. Do some research in these industries as well. So the usual example that I have is, I'm trying to build like a dentist. This is something that absolutely exists, but just for the sake of the exercise, I'm trying to build like a dentist appointment creation platform. And the client is going to tell me, well, I looked for it, I couldn't find anything. And so I don't really know what it could look like, whatever. In my head, I'm hearing dentist doesn't mean anything. Appointment platforms exist. And based on the vibe that they want to have, maybe a yoga studio page matches what they want. So I'm going to look for yoga instructor, whatever booking system. take that as an inspiration and then use that to just change the images, change the colors, have the booking system already built, and then send them that. And that's usually what they had in mind, just because they don't know that yoga exists, road IDs, and that yoga instructor have booking systems. They don't think about it when they are thinking only of dentistry and dental stuff. So that's usually what happens. So if the thing that you're trying to build could potentially be used in another industry that you might not have thought about, like farming, finances, project management, gaming, yoga, maybe you can find like a similar thing just by changing this, like SaaS landing page. I don't know. App landing page? Maybe because you're building an app, you might find something that is similar or closer to what you had in mind, and potentially this one you have a bit of a transition, ID preview, whatever that might help in thought, like extracting something from your head to whatever you're using. But yeah, that's the overall behavior. If you don't have the skills, you probably have the skills to search. And if you don't have the skills to search, you probably have the skills to just type what you're trying to build and or write on Post-it. So that's how you get something out of your head and on paper or in a platform. This looks pretty cool. Mm-hmm. That looks very French. That's interesting. That was looking extremely French to me. They might have been French people in the beginning of this thing. Stuff they have built. Just maybe they have hired a French person. Maybe they have. I'm also seeing that they are duplicating existing designs. Hey, that's a lot. That is a lot. Holy shit. I recognize some of the design that I've worked with, seen, and interacted with in the past from different designers that are basically the same but with different colors. So the one that basically jumped to my face was this one. This is one that existed and has been popular. Oh, I would say what? Last year, but it was purple, but it was the exact same thing. And then this is really similar to another one, specifically the Band E version of this and that top section. So yeah, interesting. What? Nah. Nah. But yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I hope that answered your question. Enough, at least. Answer it enough. Oh. God damn. All right. Good. It is. Click the wrong button. It is Friday. And Clark is live. Sending you to Clark. That makes sense. They need to wake up early. As always, thanks a lot for being here. Appreciate it. The VOD is going to be on YouTube. There has been 3 videos that popped in this week, which is crazy on YouTube. So yeah, join there if you want. If you have question and I'm not live, like on the weekend, for example, or on different days of the week. Join the Discord. Highly appreciated. Shall be back on Wednesday. I shall be back on Monday, not Wednesday. Yeah, on Patreon. If you want, Patreon just have the entirety of the Figma Bootcamp now. Everything is in there. YouTube is going to have it in 2 weeks to have it finished. But yeah, if you want to join Patreon, that's also appreciated. Use CAD for learning Japanese and give me some money right there if you want. That's better than sending me like bits or Twitch subs, even though I like the subs, you know. Anyways. Yeah. Yan one, that makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Yes. Good. As always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye.